So, Freunde. Ja, willkommen zu Genshin Impact. Ich habe ein bisschen gegessen. Mir geht's gut. Auch was getrunken. Ich weiß nicht, ob ihr das mögt, aber ich habe hier von Riodoro, heißt die Marke, Karottensaft habe ich getrunken. Mache ich eigentlich jeden zweiten Tag, dass ich Karottensaft trinke. Und zwar mag ich den Geschmack eigentlich nicht von Karottensaft. Ja, ich mache das nämlich so, ich nehme die Flasche, das sind 0,33 Liter und die ächze ich dann. Also ich achte gar nicht auf den Geschmack, sondern ich ächze einfach die Flasche. Diese 0,33 Liter ist nicht viel, ne? Aber wenn man den Geschmack von Karotten nicht mag, und jetzt fragt ihr euch bestimmt, hä? Wer mag, also wenn du den Geschmack nicht magst von Karottensaft, warum trinkst du dann Karottensaft, ne? Ja, ganz einfach, weil Karottensaft sehr gesund ist. Ich will halt meinem Körper was Gutes tun. Und genau deswegen, ja, trinke ich Karottensaft. Auch nicht wundern, warum hier überall diese Markierungen sind, die ich gesetzt habe. Das war wegen den Anemokulussen. Als nächstes kommen hier die, wie heißen die nochmal? Geokulusse. Also Anemo in Mondstadt, in Liyue, Geokulusse in Sumaru oder wie das heißt, keine Ahnung. Dendrokulusse in Sumaru. Und dann Fontaine heißt es, glaube ich, oder ich weiß nicht, wie das hier heißt. Also das Gebiet vom Wasserakon. Das sind dann, ich weiß nicht mehr, wie Wasser heißt. Auf jeden Fall da die Kulusse da in Wasser. Die blauen. So, ich glaube, ich weiß gar nicht, was ich machen wollte. Ich wollte vielleicht nochmal den Baum hier schlachten. Aber nope. Wir werden jetzt auf jeden Fall mit der Story weitermachen. Die in Regen gehüllte Stadt. Ziel verfolgen. Ruf von Fontaine. Genau, da sind wir das letzte Mal stehen geblieben. Und dann mal sehen, was uns erwartet. Ich frage mich, wann sie neuen Content reinbringen in Genshin Impact. Also noch mehr neuen Content, meine ich. Na. Aber ich glaube, das dauert noch, also.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did...
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He...
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a dad.
Lenny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more material.
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of material.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work.
Oh ja, das wird geil. Das wird richtig geil, das Arc hier.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But
afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that it said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where when I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play... Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the... It rained for longer than I suspected.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in...
Are you...
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel... Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver... I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative.
No trouble at all. Don't worry.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need.
Ein Introvert also. Ich bin auch introvertiert, sag mal so, introvertiert veranlagt. Aber ich kann halt auch extrovertiert sein. Also, ich sag mal so, wenn ich mich in guter Gesellschaft befinde, dann ist mir das egal. Wenn ich merke, dass die Person so, ich sag jetzt mal, eine gute Aura hat, dann ist mir das egal.
Hello?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh, no. We're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually...
I can't say for sure, but who knows?
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks rude.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest.
But where does a big machine like that...
Well, it's so little, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself. But when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon, but Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be... Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for...
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now...
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few...
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no? 70.
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle... If Confrere of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine.
Oh,
But
der
I'm
Graf.
afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us?
Ah, you're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time, but it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you, North...
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Ja, so. Oh. Okay, let's go.
Riptide.
Ich wusste gar nicht, dass der auch einen Bogen hat. Aber ich kann nur mit ihm kämpfen. Hey, das ist ja richtig geil. Der hat ja beides. Der kann mit beiden kämpfen. Hey.
No time to lose. Who's next? You can run, but you can't hide. No time to lose. You're mine. Win blade.
Ja, easy. Ich wusste gar nicht, dass er einen Bogen hat.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank?
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Huh?
Now's my chance!
Er ist trotzdem stärker.
Huh.
Auch ohne
That was
Gottes Auge.
weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them.
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you...
I don't know, but recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me.
Maybe you losing control of your...
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 4, it was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing, she was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her, because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me.
But what is...
She never explained that. but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just... In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the bound...
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at...
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using... It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she...
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced, but it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where...
Oh, it sounds like some kind...
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters and... Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else.
What? More work for the Northland Ba...
And no, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists.
Official champion duelist?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by request. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with... So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, there'll be a... And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why get...
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching. Apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally...
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to...
Huh? You're...
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed... Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk...
Jo, ein alter Freund. Richtig geil.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw... The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the last... It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is on... Oh, sorry, hey. Really said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aqua Bus!
Oh, Archon, please.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Vache,
What's wrong?
Vache.
Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here.
Lynette! You scared Paimon?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. I might be able to. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with it?
Just answer me. When do you...
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense and... Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to... So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? If you would...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance.
Oh, right. That makes...
Traveler in Paimon, good to see you.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect... The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already...
Ooh, front row seats.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. Oh, these should be our seats. Come on. Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if... Oh, you little...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being... Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early, and...
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then? Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived...
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard, and as required by proper etiquette, I will...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervilette?
I saw you all chatting just now. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the...
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so... And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would... There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking... I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and... So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a...
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now...
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start...
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Ooh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give...
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's...
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers... Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That w-
Oh, good point. That's...
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now... I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Oh, and before I forget, you never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Huh?
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette...
Thank you everyone. I'm glad, but our magical journey has only just begun. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was, in which case, I have ample time to make... So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience. Please, if my assistants could... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute... Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me...
Wow! Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random... It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know... Now then, let's begin... Let me see... Oh, row 7... Please, come forward. My assistant... I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully... You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't... If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh,
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more... Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep... I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know... Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't... Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on...
54, 53? Why aren't you counting, Nev?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting and merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be...
40, 39.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. Lord.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. Ah, what was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's...
25! 20!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying...
Never mind the decorations. There's...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds.
19!
It seems things aren't quite going... It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long 10 seconds and change.
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
What happened?
Das hat er aber nicht vorhergesehen.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must invest.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this. Unfortunately, the person who's in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caught. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more...
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his... Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina.
I just think that he...
Well, but what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally...
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the... That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all... Then there's no problem. But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold to...
It wasn't a draw.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. And, well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic... Are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and... Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Linny and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the opera. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they...
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can...
Lenny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an act?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me. Good to hear. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cat... As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel fund.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did...
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic shows a work. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be... We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating.
All right, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly...
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hard. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any trace. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing... All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere... If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends?
Well, you can't say we're...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just no... Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to...
Über die Fallakte lassen sich der aktuelle Stand der Beweis- und Hinweissammlung überprüfen und Informationen über den Fall zusammenstellen. In der Fallakte kannst du nicht aufgedeckte Beweise und Hinweise überprüfen und ihnen dann in den entsprechenden Gebieten nachgehen. Mit der Fertigkeit Spürsinn kannst du innerhalb eines bestimmten Bereichs um dich herum Beweise und Hinweise entdecken, die du untersuchen kannst, um den Gesamtfortschritt voranzutreiben. Okidoki.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope mental... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes. Whoever the murderer was, this rope...
Go ahead, have a look around. In the
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the...
Well, you're right on the moor about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Ro... From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, Unit and I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me Bob.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are...
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use...
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just
Navi. Okay, if you say so. Not to remember.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. Judging from the look of things...
Really? We think so too. That's why but how did...
Intuition, naturally. My Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever. But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges, just... Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was...
Sounds more like you...
Well, what's your opinion? All right. I've answered your question.
Wait a minute. Did that...
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Maloose?
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the travelers, no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trial, and if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall...
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion if...
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearance.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start reviewing.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment.
No, we're not leaving. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must... so the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not... I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be...
I understand. So...
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads.
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my...
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that...
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most... It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident...
That makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Well, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team... The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest... Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspect. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial...
Were the victims of previous cases also...
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range.
Okay, then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, it is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number select.
See? I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lenny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What would...
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tough...
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that... Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a... In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where...
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seat.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better... We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting.
Understood. Then I will be going with you.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable.
You may spare the pleasantries.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Nav, and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box. Prepare. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be... The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face it.
I see. So that's the...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the odd...
So that's how...
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device. The audience member would only be able to...
Right! You were talking that whole time!
Ah, yes. A phonograph op... My assistant and I had...
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh,
That's how we were able to coordinate Lenny's lines with the assistant.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow,
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand...
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you... And yet, to think that someone was able to use this map... Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with...
This is the scene of the crime. So Lenny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear.
Thanks, everyone. We're count...
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is, let's make...
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there...
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug, and here's a broken vase. Huh.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from...
Let's know...
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from... Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that? If you're kid... Ugh, this is so confusing. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been this...
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull an...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that... Seems we're just about done investigating. investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime. Let's find a place to sort out our findings.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or...
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in now.
Plot thickens. Halsey's no wonder for
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless...
Charges and then trial.
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the That's right. This is how the statements from both sides, to put it simply, it's as if the
This also precludes any kind of favoritism.
Once both sides have finished speaking, then, finally.
Huh? So
In practice, there is yes, because we've chosen to...
They're concerned that, and even if that were not so...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have...
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try... I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if they're...
What do you mean, no snacks?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable...
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs when...
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste...
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites,
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and...
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clear... No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right, then. Down to business. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they...
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the but the only people left to consider are both technically victims.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire... Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough? disposable case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe if Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big loose.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think it would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for this.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get...
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least... Besides, I doubt Farina
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your
To be honest,
No. We're already very...
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can... But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most...
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident...
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus couldn't...
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact,
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave?
No, nothing.
I see. But But when the count reached 30 seconds or so,
Huh?
Hey, hang on!
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the...
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are... Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the...
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is... The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems...
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell it?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to reestablish. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Miss...
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, Ice! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to...
Well, this is awkward. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Jetzt sind die uns eine Erklärung schuldig, ja?
Yeah. So...
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guy. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you... But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even... You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. all by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and...
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has consciousness. Why can it... During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which...
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to which should have been impossible, of course, I was quite certain that I was the only... That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just...
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order...
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh?
Könnte es sein, dass die Stimme... Nee, oder? Ich habe eine Vermutung.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may...
That took long enough. Now then, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Ermittle anhand der Schilderung der Ereignisse der Gegenseite, welche Aspekte ihrer Aussage nicht stichhaltig sind. Anhand der Beweise und Hinweise, die im Laufe der Untersuchung des Falls gewonnen wurden, können die unhaltbaren Aspekte des Falls widerlegt und durch neue Schlussfolgerungen ersetzt werden. Wenn du das Publikum mit einem Gegenargument überzeugst, kannst du zu mehr Unterstützung für den eigenen Standpunkt führen. Die Oratrice wird diese Veränderung deutlich machen. Sobald alle unhaltbaren Aspekte identifiziert und widerlegt sind, wird der Widerlegungskreis abgeschlossen und die Wahrheit offenbart.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altar. He did not realize that this... Finally, he used the vase to knock... At this time, Cowell... So, Linney proceeded to knock... Afterward, Linney passed the... And there you have it. That...
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the event?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced.
Der Schlüssel zur Widerlegung liegt darin, dass was Linney im Tunnel erlebt und was er sah, in chronologische Reihenfolge zu bringen.
Seems this...
Ich habe jetzt nicht gelesen, was das war. Der laute Knall wurde durch den Kampf zwischen bla bla bla. So, und da müssen wir jetzt gucken. Lauter Knall kann man widerlegen. Hä? Warte mal.
According to Lenny,
Ja.
he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had...
Linny hat Halsey entführt. Linny schlug Halsey mit einer Vase in die Kleidung aus, damit sie nicht erkannt werden würde. Hey, aber er hat doch das Geräusch nicht. Ey, ist das so ein Bullshit, Alter.
Lenny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core.
Lynne schlug Covell bewusstlos.
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only...
Attention! Ace detect. When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the top. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Paimon did it! Paimon...
In other words, you believe that he...
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Carol hadn't entered the tunnel, assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a...
Oh.
That's right, you tell him! And that... Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But, of course I do. If he had been in the... You're saying that he wasn't?
Welcher Beweis widerlegt, dass Lynne zum Zeitpunkt der Tat nicht im Tunnel war? Welcher Beweis belegt, dass Lin zum Zeitpunkt der Tat nicht im Tunnel war? Da war er ja schon im Tunnel.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's what this means, that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become...
What? To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Wähle die Zahnräder auf dem Bildschirm, um die entsprechende Fallabfrage anzuzeigen. Wähle die jeweiligen Antworten und fülle alle freien Felder aus, um die Richtigkeit deiner Schlussfolgerung zu überprüfen. Im Falle eines Fehlers musst du erneut aus den verbleibenden Möglichkeiten wählen. Sobald alle Fragen richtig beantwortet wurden, ist die Beweiskette abgeschlossen. Also die Ermittlungen der Gendarmerie zufolge entzünden die vor Ende der Zaubershow gezündeten Feuerwerkskörper das Seil, in dem der Wassertank befestigt war, wodurch diese herunterfielen Coles Tod verursachte. Wie hat das hier den Unfall auf der Bühne ausgelöst? Erklärte ausführlich wieder zu Doppelschicken.
Halsey is the missing person and the deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper.
That can...
Oh, is that so? How in...
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lenny as well. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The sound we heard may have come from a clap. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there...
Okay.
No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. It would have been tough for both people. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. No one entered or left the Opera House. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. It would have been tough for both people to fit into the... No one entered or left the Opera House. It would have been tough for both people. No one entered or left the Opera...
Hä?
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble?
I see how it is. So,
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider it different? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been...
If only we knew how...
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water...
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient?
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash. The deceased's name is Cowell. Linny... The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method...
Oh, just a moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're taught. Must we really? Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real.
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to get... Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional... Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are the primordials. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs, and the notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which one of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that as such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? Just a minute. Could that mean... You...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just try...
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceit... Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Hall... Guards, please continue examining the items along the... Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be...
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The water from the primordial... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water, and not the I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not... The rope that held the water tank up was lit... I remember there was something else...
Moment. Ich muss das jetzt wirklich logisch angehen.
Magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
Also Lynette glaube ich nicht. Ja, also das können wir, glaube ich, ausschließen. Warum sollte sie das machen? Oder vielleicht doch.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
Krass, wenn das seine eigene Schwester gewesen ist. Aber ich glaube an ihre Unschuld, deswegen lassen wir das mal.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer.
Oder vielleicht auch
was
nicht.
in the magic box on Now it seems like the hook... The water from the primordial sea... The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that... The rope that held the water tank up... I remember there was something... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stick. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That actually links together a lot of the more confusing people.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused?
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, does this not clear all doubt, my dear citizens, my loyal audience? Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications
Okay.
ultimately, he now, as much as... Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us. Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! I don't get the... seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice.
Excuse me, everyone.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here... I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the...
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while once everyone believes the illusion. Can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's... Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the... But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing... I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it...
That'll teach you...
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. And I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught, but I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede, That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me, so I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no kid.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from...
Fuck auf, ey. Halsey hat sich aufgelöst. Cowell verwendet die vorher probiert. Und da Halsey im Versett vor alle Augen aufgetaucht war. Das.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal. Der. Was ist denn hier alles so drin? Hä? Bro, ich check gar nix. The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell.
Hä?
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so...
And it's Ace Detective time on top! Having been selected out of the blue, her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to he did not know that Lillian, mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea, the two broke the flower vase during the struggle. But Lillian, with no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume truck. That she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been...
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you... Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As...
What? Are you reading my mind? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But...
Wow! Look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the water. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box. And finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus... From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the... As such, Linny and Lynette are officially...
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an... How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's bag?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny. I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket.
I was just following order. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and...
Yes! I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause... It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience... We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the...
What?
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
Outrageous. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did... I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to... To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could... But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic trick. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would...
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just after one particular performance at a banquet. I discovered that Lynette, I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's... The answer he gave me was... She caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant...
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. All I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And the Knave...
So, she'd already...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the
So, she believes in that?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some... Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis...
It's alright. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making... If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Bye, Linny.
Gut, ich gehe kurz was trinken, dann komme ich wieder. Leute, es ist so insane, ne? Aber ich habe so Schmerzen. Also was heißt Schmerzen? Ich habe Muskelkater des Todes in meinen Oberschenkeln.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving this... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who've been... And given that there's new evidence from the trial...
Ah, I see. Sorry.
Don't say that.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to...
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Wynon's arm if Boss Navi is treating Kip.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer?
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
Mhm.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
Ah, in that case, I'll go order for us first.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not...
Well, then I'll still bring everyone.
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after.
Oh, true. Very true.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had... Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young...
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person...
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in think, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosule, those highfalutin folk, are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks.
Seems Paimon thought things...
It's all right. Well, let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial.
I see. So, I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting.
Yeah. We've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough
Well, would you consider some more...
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of...
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish what...
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty...
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answer. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can find...
That might work, but that's not really the problem.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a... All right, no more joking around. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusation?
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my...
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention.
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Well, in that case, if we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed.
Hauptsache Paimon kann futtern, ne? Na gut.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay.
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. In any case, I wish you... See
ya!
I'll catch up.
Ich bin so müde, ne? Ich weiß aber nicht wieso.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Ugh. That's kinda spooky.
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something there. Huh? Hang on. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Wait. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in love. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. But now, we can no longer go back. No! Our reunion no longer. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie for. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed. Is that what you call it? It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Nami is outnumbered!
Look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do...
I followed you.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same.
Do not!
Sorry, demoiselle.
I was not strong.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary
Sorry, I did not
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd been...
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long. And what about these garter mechs? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and...
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But, if you...
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we...
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were... Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a fit. As such, we're still partners.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her...
All right, you two.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did...
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said, that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted so...
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the Primordial?
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
What? Why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of. And speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordials?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to height?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that... Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been... Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to... Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're... And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange a We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
I'll catch up. Add Astra. Add Astra. It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't...
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious.
Very good. But let's not let...
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
This is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can
Well, our funds have been... After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like...
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Your father... He was the previous...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And my father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial, but strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel. 3 years, how
could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the
So that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless... However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to and now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do...
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one's...
But how could... Never mind. If Callus was really falsely...
And there is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If she knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was there was only ever one choice. She could...
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but...
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost... Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But... No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost... And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, We should be able to...
So Nervalette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you...
no, it's nothing.
Venturing underground
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is... This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us?
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorney.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust...
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice...
Thanks so much.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalette. We only like to get in...
It's all right. Please let me know.
So you're not...
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait.
Who knew that Nervalette would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been in... There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just...
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much.
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Nervalette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your... No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to... You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold... If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia...
I'm sorry.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full...
My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be a...
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder,
What is it? Did you think of something?
yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why, that thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then go... Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities!
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah! We're gonna make progress for sure!
Do you want to go with me now? Great. Let's go then.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, my father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for her...
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base. Our...
We'll catch up.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so...
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primord... You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what...
Yeah, of course.
Many years ago, something called synth began. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could...
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial...
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that if you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for...
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to... The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing men... That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who...
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither... Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person... On that note, however, even though this will not please you, Demoiselle, our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring... Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is... Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls...
Navia...
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more important...
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between... But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle...
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had... And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key, but as long as you remained safe, He would not share the evidence with them. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose.
Right. So nobody would be able to get...
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his...
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand... If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely...
That fool. No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never... Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, but thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence, but a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal... The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves...
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine...
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss, and I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and...
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, after several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior...
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most. Which, thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always... There's someone else like him, too. Marcel, the head...
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. The boss helped it to grow. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around. With
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina...
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, it's a bit difficult to imagine someone you...
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina de Rosula and the Guard. Although the Guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activity...
I see. These are all people who I can meet. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's...
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is
Of course. And thank you.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Aw, thank you so much, Belus.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus. Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what? If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rusula sent us a lot of mora and support. But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't... On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already. Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe... I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups. They found out?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, even if he fired the shot that killed my husband. It was likely in self-defense. It is impossible.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy? Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to...
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah. Papa was a really good...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current thank you. I'm very grateful. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is... You really think that's the...
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Laurent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got turned into water, right?
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic? I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with, after my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his... Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was... After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made... But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a...
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that, but according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine. And chose instead... Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor and if I may just say one more thing. The whole many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus. Even after, but it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most.
Don't worry. I will definitely... You and all our other comrades at the Spina...
It's just like teachers.
Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name.
Oh, so you've...
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called...
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions, and it would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two
yes. These two are my... What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Lenny's case and my father...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? If you want to go through the original files from your...
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually...
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered guard... So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me...
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching Mecca is very different from... If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your... If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business...
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say, sure. I will let him know.
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House.
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the opera.
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that...
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're...
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can...
Oh, and what...
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to... If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't...
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who put...
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use it...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to... Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me. So it'll take me... The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet. So I was out and about the whole time making Then I heard the sound of a gunshot.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable...
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need more. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Someone needs assistance. I'll catch up.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on the...
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up...
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Oh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be a...
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's... Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on and with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight his own synth?
Ja, dann muss es ja Theory gewesen
Thierry,
sein.
you say? Huh. It is possible that, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha? If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when it...
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mech?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, who could it be? You know, if you think everything through...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these.
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. We need far more solid proof before we...
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for...
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the god?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trial?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigation.
Right, because they'll think they've all...
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder than...
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearance, you're right. This is our best opportunity. Alright, I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver.
When did you...
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might. It's our hope that your confidence will be.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make...
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Arania, the location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Bruh. Kann man nicht das Teil drehen oder so? Na.
According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. Ah, you're right. An important place like this, Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose, in which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out... I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not...
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit.
That case had nothing to do with him. Huh? What's going... Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide... But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of...
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by...
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister or...
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a...
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of only through elucidating what really happened in that case.
Navia, do you really think that Come on. Why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the sea. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specific... Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and...
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet During the banquet, when the guests arrived at the scene, the guards' investigation did not... The suspect did not dispute this Callus was defeated by champion Julie. These are the known facts.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father's... After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite... However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities...
So, was? Ich habe nicht gelesen. Also, die Spiele am Bukett.
of cloak, but now, since it was... This assassin... The testimony of the victim's family confirmed help and realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe...
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the prime...
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your...
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my... 1. Do you have the evidence?
I'm afraid... I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful...
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would...
Why do I feel like Farina's...
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have been...
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt the dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for... My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit... What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my...
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next...
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood... Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine... But what good would that do? How can a hollow had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice? Spina... But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot and restore my father.
So, you mean to say...
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to... I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that
As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live, or if they're looking to. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of...
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill Bullsjak, and at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of him. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were all... Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the bank...
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the... On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until, alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah, well, do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell...
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high risk. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only... But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, Demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of this? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your...
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people... Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of...
I was waiting for you to say that.
Und so weiter und so fort.
frozen in time.
Disappear! Wind blade!
Freeze!
Booba, get them!
Cool it! Freeze!
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
What's the hurry?
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Cool it!
Ah.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Freeze!
Eat this!
Cool it! Oh, so sorry. Dodge this!
Nice and spicy.
Cool it! Freeze! This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this!
With the wind!
Time to clean up.
What's the hurry?
Leave it all to me. I must leave no stone unturned. I'm the frying pan.
Windblade! Freeze! Oh, so sorry.
You're toast!
Der Wasserspiegel steigt weiter.
Now the path is clear. Let's go!
What's the hurry?
Nice and spicy.
Cool it!
Bubba, get them! Steady as stone.
Disappear! Dodge this! Cool it!
Nice and spicy.
Windblade! This moment will be frozen in time. Freeze!
I'm the frying pan. As a dutiful maid would.
Dodge this!
Bubba, get them!
Cool it! Windblade! Oh, so sorry. Dodge this!
I'm the frying pan. Into the fire.
Freeze! Dodge this!
Leave it all to me.
Cool it!
Bubba, get them!
Dodge this! Don't get frostbite!
Oh. Was ist ein Geheimversteck?
Catch the wind!
After all, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the office. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute... Huh? You mean the girls from the series? And then they were... And all the boxes of things. These names... his father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report. Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise, he can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. Oh, they're all just so... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water, if you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this encryption. What's this over here? Looks like experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's... The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female... Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just... How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did it. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vacher is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vacher was no, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would... In any case... Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stop. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories... Yeah, we haven't found any... No wonder even Nervalet wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon! found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so many. A whole page's worth. But they're all crossed out. The final name she decided, Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Fauché and Venier's grown? Hey!
And whose image do you see, Mars? Is it a man named... Oh, so you do... I
Das ist sein
was
Vater,
waiting for you to say
wahrscheinlich.
that. As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd...
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Fauché.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair. We already know. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of... You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records...
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances, and with that, Marcel's motive has now...
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior... Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people of... So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise,
Do you really think I wanted to do any of... Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known no one helped me? No one even believed me? All those decades ago, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it did... Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice. Your Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved. No matter...
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guard!
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to... Venier, please, Venier! Don't think badly of...
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that,
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the series. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Fauché and worked as an adventurer with his partner during an underwater expedition. Venier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of... Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of... To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Callus. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique done guilty.
Guards! Take the Good. It's...
With that, the serial disappearances...
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to... He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting... Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing...
Yeah. Yeah. See, Papa? Spina di...
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Oh, what now? None of this...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must...
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique, guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the chief.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the...
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final. Guards, please take the suspect.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Neuvillette, what's going on? Shouldn't it...
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception, all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you look? I don't know what happened there either. What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the—
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no...
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that... and... of course, for every performance, there is a script. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because everything he's done, not to mention the danger, all shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intention. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall...
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday.
Interesting.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll...
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you... I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last...
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's...
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual... Very well.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Wirf die Hydrosiegel, die du auf dein Abenteuer in Fontäne sammelst, in die Nuzinebrunnen außerhalb der Opera aktiv und diese Stufe zu erhöhen, wertvolle Belohnung zu erhalten. Okay. Hä, aber... Ich check's nicht.
Isn't that Charlotte? Who's your friend, and what are they?
Be pleased with the cherry on top, Charlotte. Journalist, I read that a gang of criminals tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blubber beasts. I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology, and even I'm begging you like the beggiest beggar.
I need you to calm down a little, Miss Lapine, Polly. I admire your passion for your research, and I don't mean to dash, but I'm afraid I'm not joking. The Blubber Beast incident was a short story mailed to us by an anonymous amateur author.
It sounds like they're just discussing a story, but why does this Miss Lapine Pauline seem so
Funnily enough, I actually remember being in a meeting where the editing team was debating the potential risk of misleading the public with this story. They even went to Maison Gardiennage, but to our surprise, they fully supported us printing it. They figured that, in truth, Gardamex are since we ran that story,
The Maison Gardiennage has made a slew of arrests, including, one. So I knew this story had helped out law enforcement. But this is the first time I'm learning of an innocent citizen.
Uh-oh. She really sounds... Hey, Charlotte!
Traveler, Paimon! I was in the area taking some... She read an article inspired by this. She was hoping I could... But unfortunately...
This is a new situation for us. It's such a pity. It seems like the author was only trying to make this...
Wait. Miss Lapine Pauline?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamek, head to the opera at Biclez, and get a one-way ticket. That way, I won't have to repay my debts.
Whoa! There's no need to go that far. I mean, come on. Look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamek's armor. In all likelihood, they'd only hope... Actually, instead of going into the technicalities of that, how much did you actually invest? How bad...
270,000 Mora.
Okay, well, escaping to the Fortress of Meripede over a sum like that...
Not anymore. I used to be an equipment supplier to the Fontaine Research Institute before that blew to pieces, and now I'm just a small-time engineer. It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole future as a graph adversarial technology specialist. My life is...
Don't despair, Miss Lapine Pauline. This prototype you've given me. The camera lens for image recognition sample collection. The rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful function in its own right. It's sure to make many journalists' jobs much easier. So your research efforts thus far are by no means in vain. The technology you've developed may have many applications that you've never even considered. Absolutely. I've been working as a journalist for the Steambird for a long time now. Nope, so keep calm,
If this is true, then... Oh, maybe I should...
Come on! Stop daydreaming about your pipelines for a minute.
And I can probably speak to some people I know and license my image recognition device to a workshop to raise some funds. There's no time to lose. I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
Can you believe her? She just ran off. Paimon's pretty sure our advice went in one ear and out the other.
It's understandable. When inspiration and passion strike at the same time, it's all too easy to throw yourself headfirst into your work and forget about everyone around you. A lot of journalists are... But don't you worry. I'm gonna write in... Her research has the potential...
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you two take this prototype lens? I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances. It takes the right person to get the most out of a new technology. In your hands, it's...
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. What a nice surprise. We were just curious about what you guys were talking about.
You're welcome. I got something out of this, too. The boundaries between... Yes, that's how I'll phrase it.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing.
Vache.
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So you heard it.
Vignier, it's me!
Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vignier?
Hey, wait!
Vignier, is that you? It's me!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been more than 20 years. I've sought all this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. I must be dreaming.
Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you? Vignere, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably, if not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would, if not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignere. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignere. I am every woman who died by your hand. As our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And we were no longer individuals. But we became one. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignere.
Why? But then, where is Vignere?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again, but did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignere's, she has had nothing but pure...
No! Vignere! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignere. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew something great was...
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a...
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been...
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
It's been the dearest wish of demoiselle.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always...
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the
Now that's another thing to look forward to.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarande out.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarande gave testimony on my... It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarande wasn't actually a...
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade. Oh, actually, there's still one...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too. We also think Callus...
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for... This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there?
Hmm?
Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for... I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on In any case. What?
Well, ever since that day, there was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of... Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that... I believed that a truly... But Mr. Callus proved me utterly, if not for his sacrifice. Mr. Callus made the choice, and in the end, a justice that's hot. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say this regret is that high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your heart.
So you're actually one of those types that's cold on...
Sorry about that.
Didn't I just...
So let's not disturb... Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave. Huh? Oh, Paimon? Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia... Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like that.
Oh, it's you two.
We ran into Navia on the streets.
I see, I see. Then...
Well, it's...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would... Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the Opera Epiclese. Is there anything else? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving... Does that appropriately say?
That's right!
Yes, up to the present. Rumors have it that this...
A prophecy? Of the form?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be... Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite serious. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum.
But with Farina...
Is there anything else you'd like to... My apologies. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrary.
But you also...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice, as a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits. Which is all to say, I've been prepared for a situation like this for a long...
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve... In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all it... Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though. The time... While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the... If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most...
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
So, at court, the bad guys were...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. There used to be a special seed, most of Tivat's...
Huh.
But today, the primal... What Vache discovered must have been some...
Huh.
Indeed. Why would... To be frank, is there any... Very well. It was my honor. It will soon be time for me to leave this...
You really...
Crime and villainy do not have the day off.
Alright, you've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Aber ich frage mich, wer der Vater und wer die Mutter ist oder sind. Wer die Eltern von den beiden sind, von den Traveler und von seiner Schwester.
Disappearances case has been solved. Why don't we stay and rest up here for a while? Even machines of... Oh, come on! This place isn't that bad. Besides... Oh, fuck. Remember that detective story Paimon read before? Well, the author is about to release a new book, so Paimon wanted to buy it as soon as it came out. But it's agreed. Paimon didn't expect that style at all. Even though it's a detective novel, it's also like... no? Paimon just spent...
Excuse me, but do you know if the Traveler and Paimon are...
Huh? Who are you? Paimon doesn't recall seeing you before...
A blonde Traveler and a chatty little fairy. Looks like I found the place. Good thing I asked the Spina di Rosula. Seems they sent me the right way. It's an honor to meet you both. I was sent from the Palais Mermonia. Monsieur Neuvillette...
Neuvillette? He wants to see us again already? Huh.
I am not privy to the details. It would be best if you came to the Palais Mermonia and asked Monsieur Neuvillette...
If you say so, but... Paimon has a bad feeling feeling about this.
Now that I've delivered the message, I'll take my leave.
Thanks! We haven't left the room for a few days, so we'll head over once we've freshened up a bit.
Yes, I did send someone to fetch you. But as for what I'd like to discuss next, well,
Given that we've already made the trip here, you should just tell us.
I do indeed have something I'd like to ask you to do. However, you should wait until after. The situation is the... If I'm understanding you correctly, the Snezhnayan Harbinger known as the Knave has essentially requested a diplomatic meeting with you, correct? I heard that she was originally from Fontaine, but for her to suddenly arrive here and abruptly I sincerely advise you to refuse her invitation outright. I'm sure you're aware that her purpose is most likely related to Child's research. We convicted one of the Snezhnayan Harbingers in a court of law, but we have yet to provide any form of detailed report on the matter. This does indeed provide an opportunity. I believe we should adopt an evasive stance until we can provide a proper explanation and have a preliminary plan on how to deal with the matter.
No, we shouldn't. I think we should.
Oh?
Well, you see, we are the ones that owe an explanation. If we keep putting off the meeting, it could easily result in the problem It's like a fight between two friends. If they don't agree to see each other and talk in person, isn't it
Though diplomatic relations between Fontaine and Snezhnaya could be considered as friendly, it is only superficially so. You wouldn't go so far as to say that our nations are friends.
It was just an analogy.
Moreover, even if we were to talk in person, if we don't have sufficient information prepared, it is quite possible the result wouldn't be restored
I don't think we should overthink. Besides, you'll be...
I must clarify, but more importantly, when did I agree to join the...
You mean you won't come? No, that won't do. I can't go to the meeting alone. You have...
Lady Farina, could there be something else
No, not at all. Look, I am the Hydro-Archon of Fontaine, Focalor, the god of justice who is loved and so I only hope that justice will be served in this matter. Don't overthink it. I'll go find some...
Though it could officially be considered a diplomatic conference, I prefer to see our meeting today as an ordinary tea party. I assume you see it the same way, Miss Farina? Lady Farina?
Oh, yes, that's right. Just like you said, a tea party. To make this tea party even more lively.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Neuvillette. I was born in Fontaine, so naturally, there's no need to introduce the nation's revered Eudex to me.
Hello. The pleasure is all...
First, I would like to thank the two of you. I'm often away on business outside of Fontaine, and I'm told that the children of the House of the Hearth have been well taken... Oh, I'm not... The children of the House of the Hearth are often misunderstood. Perhaps all I meant to say is that Fontaine has been stable in recent years.
The people are well off and the children lead happy that is something truly worth cherishing.
Now then, you have come regarding the
Well, yes. It appears the ever-busy Udex Nuvilette doesn't wish to waste time with diplomatic Yes, as you surmised, understanding child As we are both diplomats from Snezhnaya, as well as Fatui Harbingers, Child and I have always been colleagues. Were anything to happen in Fontaine, each of us would serve as... So now, in my capacity as his attorney, I request that Child be turned over to Snezhnaya. We have a responsibility to cooperate with Fontaine and resolve what has happened to him together.
The rules governing attorneys only apply before a trial has concluded. Since a verdict has already been rendered, we see the case as
an outright refusal. Very well. Okay, why don't we back up a step? You don't need to transfer Child to us. I only request to enter the fortress of Meripede. It's not like you couldn't even manage to fulfill a simple request like that.
The fortress of Meripede has always been completely autonomous. Even we have no authority to interfere there, and diplomatic issues do not suffice as an excuse. However, if you absolutely must confirm the situation of the Harbinger...
The knave showed up already? Well, Lenny did say that Father will be returning soon. We didn't even know that Lenny was from the House of the Hearth at the time, so we kinda overlooked that information.
Yes, thank you for your kind advice. I also noticed that Lady Farina acts a little odd and unnatural whenever I bring up matters related.
Could the knave be threatening Lady Farina?
If that were the case, then why wouldn't Lady Farina inform me? And what means could the knave possibly have to twist the arm of an arc?
So maybe that's not very likely. Even though Farina cannot...
In reality, this problem is even more thorny than it appears. According to reports from the fortress of Meripede, Child recently disappeared under The details are still unclear. We cannot rule out an escape, but there have also been no reports of... Special guards oversee the fortress, and its internal systems are extensive. Combined with the special characteristics of the surrounding terrain, I was only willing to share this information with you because you are friends of Child, and it is my duty to see...
So this is what you wanted...
Yes. I would like you to go to the fortress of Meripede and invest... This was my proposal during our meeting with the knave. The knave did not seem satisfied.
So that means we bought ourselves some time!
Firstly, you're already... And secondly...
Isn't it just Fontaine?
I would not define it so early in Fontaine. The fortress of Meripede may seem like a prison. All we do is... Although I do have...
Oh!
Correct. So, are you two willing to accept my proposal?
Yeah. No matter how you look at it, it seems we're the best choice.
You two have my sincere thanks. We will rendezvous at the fortress.
Prepared ourselves?
Perhaps you could enjoy it.
Oh, right! On second thought, is it too late to back it?
Please do not worry. You will be
Now that's where...
Are you leaving now? In that case, please take this cake as a token.
Paimon will have that, and that. Oh, and one of those too. No Fonta, thank you. That cake was pretty good. But as soon as Paimon remembered that we're about to go to prison, Paimon's stomach suddenly became... Now that Paimon thinks about it, we've always been super careful ever since we arrived in Fontaine. Just to avoid breaking... But here we are, about to willingly send ourselves off to the fortress of Meripede. Let's just try our best to investigate everything quickly.
Oh, what is that I hear? Is it the taste of...
Hey! You can't hear a taste! And what are you doing?
Oh, don't remind me. I invited an eyewitness to a case to eat here, and I was planning to get some... calm down, calm down. This is nothing new. As a journalist, you should be used to this by now. As long as you can score some...
You know we can still...
Never mind. It's nothing. I just heard you mention the Fortress of Meripede. You didn't...
No way! We would never! We're just going there to... Oh no. Paimon almost forgot that Neuvillette told us to keep it a secret.
Huh? Oh. But now that I think about it, I suppose that's not completely unreasonable. That's pretty despicable.
You mean Paimon really did something that serious? Sorry, Paimon really...
Well, in that case, it's nothing particularly newsworthy after all. Oh, how disappointing. Oh, right. There's still a chance. Since you're going to be at the Fortress of Meripede, would you be willing to help?
About that,
It's nothing difficult. All you have to do is think of a way to get some time face-to-face with the warden of the fortress. He was awarded the honorary title of Duke in Fontaine. Sounds really cool, huh? Only those who have made significant contributions to the nation have been conferred this title. It's incredibly rare. On top of that, the Fortress of Meripede has never been under the jurisdiction of the... Oh, if I could write an exclusive article...
You make it sound easy, but...
Of course! I wouldn't ask you to do it for free.
Alright, you got a deal. We'll do anything you want.
Then it's settled. The food should be here any second, right? Huh? Wait, just how much did you order?
Well, guess we have nothing to regret now, so let's get... Wait. Hannah just said something really ominous, didn't she?
You have come, just as promised. Yes, this is the one and only entrance to the Fortress of Meripede from Irenaeus. Careful. You may want to step...
Ooh! So you have to go down from here? Is the prison under what?
Utilizing both the barrier of the water as well as the fear humans have of the depths. The Fortress of Meripede... But do not worry. It is not nearly as frightening inside as you may think. You will see for yourselves once...
Paimon hopes you're right. Don't know about you, but just thinking about being at the bottom...
Oh, and there's one more thing. I mentioned that I have had personal dealings with the administrator of the fortress.
Yeah, we heard about him too.
Correct. He is the highest-ranking manager of the underwater prison. Even though you are going there to investigate at my behest, it would be... The Duke rarely ever leaves the Fortress of Meripede, but that does not mean he is not privy to all that is happening inside and outside the fortress. He is quiet, but not... All right. It's about all the time that we have to talk privately.
Don't worry, we won't let you down.
Good.
I'm here, Monsieur Neuvillette. These two are the newest convicts, I presume? Don't worry, they won't escape on my watch.
Like we would...
Please follow me, you two. I'll process your paperwork.
what it feels like to be a criminal in Fontaine.
You two seem to be taking this pretty well. It's rare to see convicts in such a good mood. Monsieur Nervalet personally requested I escort these two convicts. I suppose he was concerned others might not be up to...
Well now, aren't you the lucky one? Must be nice to be on good terms with the big shots like the Chief Justice.
Well, have you tried service with a smile? Who knows, it might help your professional reputation.
Yeah, right. As if. Every criminal comes through here looking and even if I did smile at them, the convicts would probably just think that I'm some freak getting some kind of twisted enjoyment.
Oh, she's got a...
Well, I've finished transferring you. You two will register here, and Moret will guide you through the remaining...
Yep. I'll take it from here. You head on back to that bright and sunny... Okay, let me see. You are the
That would be us!
Let me confirm your charges and sentence. Let's see. You two are charged with eating a cake specially prepared for the Archon by a Snezhnayan envoy without the Archon's permission, thereby incapacitating the political center...
Huh? Wait! You mean the cake that...
Just looking at the charges, it seems you two are capable of causing some serious... And considering how fond Lady Furina is of sweets, this crime is tantamount to trying to assassinate the Hydro Archon. Now I've seen everything. Anyway, we still need to finish processing you before you can enter the Fortress of... Please stand in front of the board over there. I'll take your mugshots with my...
Oh, all right!
And we're done. Thank you for your cooperation. Next, someone will be along to guide you inside the fortress. Please be sure to check.
Huh? Rebirth? Isn't that a little much?
You two are the new inmates, right?
Oh, okay. I'm...
Save it. Not like I'll remember your names. Move it.
So, are you one of the guards here? Did Paimon...
Why should I tell you anything? What's in it for me? This is exactly why I can't stand you fish. I wouldn't even be doing this if it weren't for the credit coupons.
Credit coupon?
Alright, seeing as you're not the annoying kind that's getting dragged in here crying and blubbering, I guess I can tell you a few things. And next time, it'll cost you some coupons. Mora means nothing here. Here, we use credit coupons. Coupons can get you almost anything in the Fortress of Meripede.
So, credit coupons are a current...
It's not as simple as that. Like Moret said, no matter how much money or power you had before, it means nothing once you set foot inside the Fortress of Meripede. Everyone starts from the same place, and
I guess that's the real purpose of the coupons. They symbolize and this is also exactly why so many criminals choose not to return to the outside world.
Oh, so that's what the Fortress of Meripede is.
It certainly ain't all sunshine and roses here, but it's also not the worst place to be. You'd better take a good look at the scenery now. It'll be the last. After being away from the sunlight for so long, even the terrifying depths of the sea start to feel like home. It just stops feeling oppressive, you know? Oh, I'm actually an inmate like you two. Welcoming newcomers is a job I've picked up to earn some extra coupons.
Why aren't you answering us again?
I've told you enough for free. Any more info is gonna cost you.
So all you care about is Mora. Wait, no.
Almost there. It's down through here. Your turn to give it a...
So, we're going even deeper now? Just how deep down are we?
It's like a metaphor for your previous life, isn't it?
Our lives weren't that bad. So this is the actual entrance to the Fortress of Meripede? Huh. It looks like there are other new arrivals, too. Oh, they sure don't look happy. Maybe we look too relaxed for fresh convict. Oh, right. We're on someone else's territory now. If we're discovered, even Neuvillette might not be able to rescue us. Hey! Don't scare Paimon!
Look, I don't really know you, and I have no idea what kind of crime you committed, but... You wouldn't have happened to...
Someone important? Paimon doesn't think so.
Now's not the time to worry about that. Anyway, it's over there, so... You just go on over there by yourselves.
What was that all about? Wait a second. Are there usually so many Gardermechs around here? They're already onto us?
Prisoners numbers 7459 and 7560. Welcome. Oh, no need to be anxious. These Gardermechs aren't here to attack you. And when I heard that you were friends of Monsieur Neuvillette, I had the Gardermechs.
Wait, you know about our connection?
The seafloor isn't as cut off from the world as you might imagine. However, I'm afraid that I know. And as you can see, committing a crime means being sentenced here, even if you're friends with the Chief Justice.
The Duke! Greetings, Your Grace! Lovely weather today, isn't it?
Oh, greetings, my good fellow. Well, I'm willing to imagine that the weather is as good outside the sea as you say it is.
My profuse apologies. I just got so...
So this is the Duke. He should...
The Traveler and Paimon, correct? Mr. Deacon here was responsible for your welcome. I trust you were satisfied. Outstanding. Well, Deacon, I recall we discussed fate during our last work meeting, I believe that when you return to your bunk, you'll find the guards have issued some extra credit coupon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Your Grace. Oh, and you too. I can't believe you gave me such praise. If you need anything in the future, anything, please, come.
Well, I believe that concludes the introductions. We've already taken enough time here. Deacon, if you...
Yes, Your Grace. I'll take my...
Please, follow me. To make you feel more welcome, I'll show you around the various facilities of the Fortress of Meripede.
Das schien glücklich zu sein.
He's going to personally give us a cure? Huh. Paimon can't figure out what this guy's thinking at all. No wonder Charlotte's so interested in him. He's one of those mysterious types. Alright.
There's no need to be so reserved. The label of criminal is nothing but one of many identities, and...
Is it really okay for the warden to think like that?
Well, then maybe you'll be able to carve out a name and a place for yourself. But before you go in swinging, please remember that in the Fortress of Meripede, it's better to not cause... Now, we've arrived at a very important place. The Coupon Cafeteria. You can come here and claim...
Welfare meal?
That's right. Criminals are essential to Fortress operations, so you must guarantee that they at least have the big...
But that's not how it was. Back in the day, it cost you credit coupon for fish like you who just arrived with nothing. You'd have to go to work hungry until you earned enough coupons to eat. It was only after His Grace became the administrator that we got the free... Now everyone gets a square meal every day, even no-good slackers who've never picked up a wrench in their whole lives. Nobody starves to death here.
In the Fortress of Meripede, credit coupons are the only currency, and everything must be purchased. In some sense, you could say using the coupons is a form of trade, but trade is always conducted by people. So if we want trade here to prosper, we need everyone to work hard and live their lives. If nobody could even afford a meal, then the whole fortress would be up in arms. That would only make things more difficult for me. So, rather than saying that we're giving everyone a free meal here, you should say that everyone's hard work has improved the living...
Your Grace's reasoning is correct, but what I said is also true. Whatever the case, hard work is rewarded here. You'd be hard-pressed to find anywhere else as...
Right! Paimon sees your point. By that logic, this place doesn't seem... Oh, wait, no. We shouldn't drop our guard so quickly. But it seems the inmates really respect the Duke
let's continue this way.
Krass. Umsonst eine warme Mahlzeit. Also, boah. Da kann man sich echt glücklich schätzen. Das ist doch super. Das ist wie bei uns halt, ne? In der Politik, dass man das Bürgergeld hat. Dass es auch nochmal umbenannt wurde. Finde ich gut, ja, finde ich gut.
This place is known as the Pancration Ring. Sometimes we have criminals who have more energy than they know what to do with. Their daily work alone isn't enough, so instead of leaving them to their own devices, we've provided them with this dedicated venue.
Pancration matches? And you can earn extra coupon?
But I must warn you that your sentence will be extended if you fail to restrain yourself and end up seriously injuring...
So, did you set this place up?
No, actually. I just granted approval for the organizer to use this area to build the ring, and I collect a portion of the proceeds in return. Of course, the fees are also quite useful.
Oh. Do you mind if we ask what they're used for?
Sure. Ensuring personal safety, maintaining the arena, and resolving any conflicts that arise. Why? Are you interested in how to manage a pancration ring?
Oh, no. I was just wondering if that's how you paid for everyone's welfare.
A reasonable guess. I see you have a talent for entrepreneurship.
Oh, you hear that? Paimon has a talent! So we can start a business here?
That is something you can discuss between yourselves later. Let's move on for now.
Your Grace. Good morning.
What time indeed? Time waits for no one, so it's best to keep an eye on it.
My...
Jeez, that guy's so nervous.
Sorry.
These are the dormitories, which is where inmates sleep. The guards will inform you where your bunk is. In the Fortress of Meripede, criminals usually spend most of their time in either the production zone or these...
The production zone? What does...
Not necessarily. Though working in the production zone is the most reliable way to earn credit coupons. If you have other skills, you can skip your shifts to earn them in other ways.
Wow. Wait, you're the manager of this place? And you're just telling us to our fate?
The fact that the Fortress of Meripede has continued operating completely autonomously is proof enough that most people are willing to work honestly. As for what we produce, many of the clockwork machines seen all over Fontaine originate from our workshop. Therefore, the Fortress of Meripede is not only a place where criminals serve their sentences. There's no need for me to get into specifics about the production process now. You'll experience it all firsthand when you report for... Let's move on. The tour continues over this way.
You really scared me there. I didn't expect to see you here, Your Grace. I thought maybe I was so tired.
The only thing you should be seeing is the work in front of you. Stay focused and keep up. Oh? Is something...
It's nothing. Paimon's just worried about how hard... Your Grace? What are you doing in the infirmary at a time like this?
Not yet, unfortunately for you. But thank you for your concern, Siegewing.
Then you must be here for...
Allow me to introduce you. This is the infirmary, and Siegewing here is the fortress...
Hello, new faces. They call me the head nurse, but I actually handle all the...
Since you seem to have some
Oh, then these two must be some important...
Thank you.
Your presence will be the pièce de résistance for today's tour.
Oh, so the tour part is over?
I believe I've already covered the primary aspects of life here in the fortress. I seldom conduct tours, so why don't you just...
Well, this is your first time here.
Then let's head back to the coupon cafeteria. Maybe a meal will help you think up...
You should at least try to be excited. Our free meals are actually... What do you think of the food? Does it... Wow! It looks delicious! Nicolette made it sound like living conditions in the Fortress of Meripede. What? Oh, isn't that the meal box that only super lucky people manage to...
It actually has nothing to do with luck in this case. I had a word with Walsey, so you didn't have to draw lots like it.
Oh, you mean the meals are random? Yes. What you get to eat depends completely on your luck. You could say that it's a distasteful little game that Chef Walsey likes to play here in the cafeteria. I knew it! If criminals got to eat tasty food like this every meal, the crime rate in Fontaine would skyrocket for sure. Excuse me, did I hear you mention Nervulette just now? I've been wondering how he's doing. He seems healthy no matter how you look at him. But he works so...
Sounds like he hasn't changed a bit. Looks like you can stop worrying so much, Siegeween.
Oh, that's good. But I still feel like it's been too long.
No news is good news. Maybe next time I've got something to discuss with him, I can invite you to a
But isn't the Fortress of Meripede independent from Fontaine's court system? What do you two have to discuss?
Aber es stimmt schon. Also er hat ja gesagt, no news are good news. Also keine Nachrichten sind gute Nachrichten. Und immer wenn ich meinen Briefkasten checke, hoffe ich, dass da kein Brief drin ist. Ja, dann weiß ich, ey, ich muss keine Rechnung zahlen, ich muss dies nicht, ich muss das nicht. Ich habe meine Ruhe.
Well, we provide all kinds of mechanical products for official use, and some essential goods have to be obtained from the overworld, so we naturally have to stay in touch. Monsieur Neuvillette's character is unimpeachable. No matter the question, you can discuss it open. In light of that, I am quite willing to go out of my way to show... In fact, right now, I'm treating you two as guests invited by Monsieur Neuvillette. After this, you two will just be inmates here. You're very welcome. Well, you're...
54 Tage müssen wir jetzt hier im Gefängnis verbringen. Also, natürlich nicht, aber...
Traveler in Paimon, right? Listen up. As new inmates, the only thing you need to work, your bunks are right over there. Follow me.
So this is where we'll be sleeping from now on. Oh, Paimon can't believe this! By the way, Traveler, we saw, even though the Duke didn't say it too directly, judging from what he said, we are criminals, and Paimon did eat that cake. But we're actually here to... Is it possible that he knows we're here on a mission? Or is Paimon Yeah, Paimon thinks so too. He probably knew why we came here from the very beginning, and it's maybe something like, hey, I have my eyes on you, so don't try anything funny. Yeah, you're right. It's not like we can go back to Novelette empty-handed and say, the Duke looks scary, so we gave up. And besides, the Duke said that he was willing to go out of his way to show respect for... So, we at least need to try. But Paimon hasn't gotten a clue where we should start our investigation. You mean... Yeah, that's what Paimon was thinking too. But fortunately, based on his attitude, it looks like the Duke sees Linny as just another inmate. We worked so hard to help clear Linny and Lynette's names, and yet we turn around and bam! He's in prison anyway! Oh, right! Linny and Lynette are from the House of the Hearth. They work for the Knave, so they could be here to investigate too! Huh? Oh, it's a card! It looks like a magician's prop. Lenny must have left it here. He's in prison. It was nice to bump into you again. What in the world? It's written like he's greeting a buddy on the street. Paimon thought he'd write something. If you say so. We can ask him what's going on tomorrow. Let's get... Hey, you're finally awake! Well, it's Paimon's first day as a prisoner. Last night, Paimon dreamed about getting interrogated by the guards until Paimon told them everything, and then Paimon... Hey, come on! It's just a dream, okay?
Hey, lazy bones. What are you still doing here? If you don't want to starve, then get yourselves over to the production...
You must be the catch of the day. Looks like you've...
Yep, we just arrived yesterday.
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully to my instructions. I don't want any mishaps. Every machine here is worth more than the Working around these machines can be very dangerous. Do your job well, and you can eat in the cafeteria after your shift. Get sloppy, and you... Anyway, the Fortress of Merope doesn't want to lose a single one of its machines. And...
Got it!
Your job is to use the machine over there to process widgets. Watch carefully, and make sure you step on the pedal at the right time. If the machine gets jammed, then give it a little maintenance. Here, take this. Bring me the processed widgets, and I'll give you some credit coupons in exchange.
Beim Schmieden und Bearbeiten von Werkstücken wird zunächst das unbearbeitete Werkstück in die Maschine eingelegt. Interagiere dann mit der Maschine, um die Herausforderung zu starten. Sollten Werkstücke beim Drehen mal Feststecken musst du das drehende Radstück angreifen, damit die Maschine wieder ihren Betrieb aufnimmt. Springe, sobald die Basis der Maschine leuchtet, um eine Schmiedearbeit abzuschließen. Vergiss nicht, das Beenden des Minispiels deine erfolgreich bearbeiteten Werkstücke einzusammeln. Mhm.
Once the widget is hot enough to blow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget. So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. Once the widget is hot enough to blow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget with the hammer.
Auf welches Pedal? Warte mal, ich check das nicht gerade. Ich bin ehrlich, ich kapiere es nicht so ganz.
Bring me the process.
Once the widget is hot enough to blow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget with... So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem.
Hä? Steig auf das Pedal. Ah.
Okay, you got this! Great! Now we can report back to...
Huh. This one is tolerable. Though, since the processing is done by machine, alright, I'll pass you for now. And we'll count up how many credit coupons.
Paimon's exhausted. We're done now, right? Ugh. Even though Paimon's starving and wants to head... He probably just finished up his work. Lenny? Mr. Magician? Where are you? Oh, this had better not be some disappearing act. Doesn't seem to be around here. Let's try looking somewhere else. Where could he be? Did he decide to slack off and...
Hey, over here.
Oh, you scared?
Oh, you scare so easily now? Is there...
Oh, you little... Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, Lynette! You're here too! You two...
That's right. My brother simply can't stand to be away.
It's not just Lynette. Fremine is also here. Do you...
Oh, you mean that diver from the House of the Hearth, right? I don't remember seeing him in the Court of Fontaine before. Now hurry up and tell us, how did you end up as criminals this time? We fought so hard at court to prove you were innocent, but now it looks like our...
Sadly, even the teeniest of things can land you in prison these days. I put together a street performance and used the popularity we gained from the...
And
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then, with the
My brother was charged with theft, and I was charged as his accomplice, having assisted him in his crime.
It really isn't that bad. The missing wallets are all in the leftmost drawer of the Maison Gardiennage's big filing cabinet. We just need to see how long it...
Yep, we should be released then.
In terms of the magic trick itself, I think the performance went perfectly.
Leave it to Lenny to magic himself into prison.
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, I promised that I'd tell you absolutely so I don't plan on keeping anything from you this time either. At the moment, the House of the Hearth's interests don't conflict with... We were instructed by the father of our house, the Knave, to come here and...
Told you so, see?
As for what we're investigating, perhaps you haven't heard, but the fort... Some even say that the entire fortress exists just to protect it. The House of the Hearth has been investigating this for a very long time, but recently, all of our informants, including the ones that have infiltrated the guards, we believe that this is a direct provocation, and it's the reason why we came here. Father has somehow managed to confirm that Fossilors...
Huh? How did she...
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond...
It was this information that...
So it's all about the...
Well, that's...
Bingo! The name is... Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
You don't need to worry too much. Father used the situation...
Sometimes you need an...
Of course, it's...
Is it just Paimon? Or does it feel like we're the only ones who...
I wouldn't go that far. Father just has different standards, even though we have different objectives, as you know.
See, I told you.
Is that so?
Lenny seems to be thinking pretty hard.
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to a chance to reach an understanding with you ever since last we met. Or, I should say, we were really looking forward to
Lynette, just tell them everything, why don't you?
It's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you, and consistent with your behavior since we first met. I was prepared for the worst, but you were actually more agreeable than I anticipated. All right then, there's no time to lose. Since Lynette and I arrived here, our investigation most people just clammed up and wouldn't talk, but after asking the right questions, you should be aware of that while you're investigating.
A forbidden zone? Could that be where the child disappeared to?
Good. That's the most suspicious thing. Oh, look at the time.
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear! Paimon's starving after all.
Bin zu tief gefallen. Scheiße. Wie komme ich da hoch?
Oh, he wasn't kidding. Today's meal is nowhere near as good as last time. Oh, who knows how long it'll be until we're... forget about it then. We'll just deal with the regular food for the time being. Let's just get out of here as soon as... But life here doesn't seem all that bad. Other than the foreman being kind of mean and the...
You think so, mate? If I had a coupon for it, seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up on the surface. If you take things at face value, then by the time you reach a dead end, you won't even know how you ended up on that road in the first place. I like your attitude. I can, let you... Everyone's been telling you to just follow the rules and not cause any trouble for yourself. Am I right? What they don't tell you is that the rules aren't exactly what the truth is. This place has a lot of...
Huh? Hidden rules?
Not everyone knows about those rules, but whether you know them or not, once you break one, you might encounter something even worse than death.
Really? Oh, no.
Of course. And I'd say that just disappearing would be one of the better...
Oh, you mean that if there really are hidden rules, then child's disappear... in that case, would you tell us some hidden rules? We definitely want to avoid break...
Come on, mate. This is valuable information.
Paimon understands, but we don't have...
Yeah, I know. Not like I'm going anywhere. Just come talk to me after you've saved. Moreover, you're new fish, freshly caught, and completely out of your element. I'm usually around the rag and bone shop. Just call me
He left. Just like that. Huh. Do you think he's just trying to scare us into buying fake information? Yeah. It might be a good place to start in our investigation, but like he said, we don't have any coupons and we're still not familiar with... We were so busy talking, we almost forgot to eat. Even if it's not the best, it's probably better while it's warm. cards that our shift is set for every morning, and we're free to do whatever we want all afternoon. But it seems like most of the other inmates choose to Oh, and they also said that you can use coupons to skip work in the morning and free up your time. They weren't kidding. Credit coupons. Paimon's so tired. And we'll need to wake up at... Nighty-night, Traveler. Paimon hopes we can keep making progress on our invest...
Das Auge von Child, das haben wir ja auch noch, stimmt. Oder? Nee, hat er das sich wieder genommen? Ich weiß gar nicht.
What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Did you dream about something last night? Is that even possible? Unless... Oh, Child's vision! So you had it with... Maybe the vision connected Child's consciousness to yours. And our investigation has its first major breakthrough! So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where Child went? Huh. Okay. What's more important now is that it's the start of another new day as prisoners. Let's do it. What's the plan for today? Let's go. It's time to start working. If that guard Fielding catches us...
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Your job is to use the machine over there to... You step on the pedal when the timing is right. If the machine gets jammed, give it a good whack or two and it'll fix it right up. You got... Swing blade!
I'm on speed. But after so many shifts, it seems we're really getting the hang of it now.
Hey there, fellow shiftmates. I saw you finished your work, so I thought I'd come over and say hi.
Oh, hey there! We've seen you before. You're assigned work...
That's right. The name's Rowan. This past few days, I couldn't help but notice the new faces working nearby. I guess I've been working here for almost 15 years. Even the foreman, Grainville, always calls me Chief.
Whoa, you've been working here a long time, Chief. Hey, not so loud.
If there's anything you'd like to know, just ask me. I know the work here.
All right, Chief. We'll be sure to come to you first.
Did you just ask about... Pretty sharp for newcomers.
You've already heard about the rules, huh? Who'd you hear it from? Alright. Seeing as I'm the one who came over here, you're already calling me Chief. I guess I can tell you a little. Truth is, you two keep working like this, you might be putting yourselves in danger.
Huh? Wait, there's even a rule about that? What would have happened if...
Well, it's usually not that easy to break one on accident. The conditions of the hidden rules are usually pretty specific. But once you do break, if you work continuously in the production zone for 3 days, and if all you do besides eating and sleeping is just work, then something bad will happen during lunch on the 3rd day.
Huh? Like what?
If I knew that, then I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, now would I?
You mean, even you have never tried working through...
There's actually a legend about this rule. They say that there was a worker who worked way harder than me. He was both efficient and eager on the job, and most other workers couldn't hold a candle to him. One time, he tried to test his limits and worked as long as he could. Then during lunch on the 3rd day, he disappeared into thin air, as if he'd evaporated. Later, some people went and asked some of his past friends about him.
What the... How could that happen?
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones. I never saw...
Wait, are you thinking that it was... Huh?
Oh? You... Listen, kid. This ain't the kind of thing you should be curious about. Let me tell you, you're better off forgetting about it and looking after yourself.
Yeah, I agree with Chief here. Do you really want to try? Alright. Oh, just a regular meal set. What would you like to do this afternoon? Let's go! Credit
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasted. Good, here you go. Remember to give me the... Let me have a look. Not bad.
Seems we had a productive day. Hope we can make even... Oh, Paimon doesn't want to get up. What do you have? Right, we just...
Heute ist der 3. Tag, ne?
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasted. Oh? What's with suddenly wanting to work so...
Sure. Let's just say we really want to test our limits. Nice! We did well today. Let's keep it up! Ooh, Paimon's had it. Who knew that processing these... That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore. Oh, Paimon's exhausted. Wait a sec. Now that Paimon thinks about it, haven't we been working non-stop for 3 days now? And... oh, Paimon feels a shiver going down her spine. What? It doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the coupon cafeteria. Are the so-called hidden rules only a rumor after all? Well, there's no use to just guessing all day. Paimon wonders what we'll get today. Maybe we'll get the super luck. Wait, what? What in the world is this? Is this stuff meat? But it looks and feels so bizarre. What kind of chef would... What do you think is going on? Is this the bad thing that Rowan was talking about? No, stop right there. Paimon gets what you mean, just don't say it. Hey, isn't that Woolsey over there? He must have made the food, right? So let's just ask him about the food. Hey, Woolsey, have a moment?
What is it? I'm about to go report the numbers for today's free...
It's about the meat in our meals. Look!
The meat? Oh, that. Looks perfectly fine to me.
How could this be fun? Hey, don't leave! You barely even looked at it! Ugh. What should we do now? Woolsey wouldn't even give us the time of day. Has he tried? Yeah. Looks like we have no other choice. Paimon was positive... What would you like to do this afternoon? Since we have time now, let's focus on investigating some...
Oh, hello. You two are the one...
No need to be so...
Sorry. I couldn't help but think of His Grace once I saw you, and, well, it's hard to say. Maybe I am. He's got a very overwhelming presence.
Wait, seriously?
Oh, I'm always indecisive, and I tend to make a mess of things. It's... What? Please, don't say anything like that out loud. How could you possibly...
Oh, wonderful. I was worried that you'd be busy trying to earn credit coupons all the time, but it seems like you...
Paimon likes having more coupons, but no one wants to work all the time. Have you also been investigating the area?
No, I was just slacking off, and you happened to catch. My brother is still obsessed with anything remotely... Oh, before I forget.
Huh? Credit...
I've been here longer than you, so credit coupons aren't a resource in particularly short supply. What is in short supply are...
Aw, that's so nice of you, Lynette. We'll be sure to make... Hey, look! There's something here! That suspicious guy peeking into the infirmary just now. Is he? He must have dropped this. Let Paimon read. The Melusine perceive the world very... As a result, their sense of aesthetics and be... Whoa. This all sounds pretty serious. He sure did his homework. And as for the notebook, Let's take it. Rowan? What are you doing?
I was injured a bit just now. Nothing major. I think I just pulled something. A little bit.
Huh. Paimon wouldn't have thought someone as experienced as the chief would still get.
Shh. I just knew you would say that. This is pretty embarrassing. Where's Siegeween when you need her?
Oh, you mean she wasn't in the infirmary?
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the infirmary in the half hour before lunch. And nobody knows where Siegeween gets off to.
Huh. That's actually really strange. Siegeween...
Forget it. I can take care of a small sprint.
Siegeween? Aren't you supposed to be in the infirmary? What? Hello, traveler. Paimon. Everyone's usually busy around now, and we don't have any patients to look after in the infirmary. I thought I'd come here and enjoy the sight of... Enjoy? It's really worth watching. I often stand here and observe everyone. Humans are just so interesting and adorable. Are you talking about pets or people? Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't jump to see, we Melazines are a different species, and we see the world very differently from humans. It's very easy for me to observe everyone's condition. Wait, Melazines can see that? Huh. That does sound useful for being an... Yes. Running around tending to everyone's health is very fulfilling. But I'd much prefer it if you're all happy. Take care of your body. Make sure you eat well. Always rest when you're tired from work, and don't push yourself too hard. We'll definitely take care of ourselves. Thanks for...
Ah, den kennen wir doch.
It's the Traveler and Paimon. No need to tease me, okay? Listen, I feel ashamed about last time. Thank you for praising me in front of His Grace. Here are the extra credit coupons he gave me. I'd like you to have them.
Huh? No, we couldn't take them.
But when I was welcoming you, I didn't do anything but give you the stink eye. Come on, I insist. These coupons are nothing compared to getting the attention of His Grace. I won't take no for an answer.
Aber ist das viel? Also 200 Gutscheine, ist das viel? Keine Ahnung.
Oh, you want to stop investigating and go? Okay, you should. So after working a few days straight, we got some. Has our investigation turned up anything useful recently? Really? And it looks like that. Well, we'll keep searching for more clues tomorrow. The dawn of a new day. My mom feels like we're getting used to. What do you have planned? After working here so long, we're really but doing the same thing all the time can get Yeah, it's good to Oh, just a regular meal. What would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing child, he must have been there all the...
Oh, you must be the Traveler, huh? Sorry, mate, but competitors as strong as you are prohibited from participating. I don't make the rules, mind you. Even convicts value their lives, don't they? But we have a game here that'll let you show off your strength, and you'll even...
And if we lose the game, will it come?
Of course. That's the cruel reality facing every competitor. Okay, great. Let me walk you through. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they popped up. If you can complete a few rounds in a row with no mistake...
But the second you mess up the order, you lose. Game over. The game costs 300 credit coupons to have it go. Thanks for your patronage, mate. Now, let the game begin.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said.
Your strength really shouldn't be underestimated. Now I get why you're prohibited from participating in any official fights. Nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring with you. However, you two haven't tried betting on the outcome of a Pancration match yet, have you? Just go talk to Rusimov. Buy a ticket for whichever fighter you think will win. There's a big payout if the fighter you support comes out on top.
But we don't know anything about the fighters. How can we possibly know who to support?
That's normal. Just watch a few matches and get a feel for the fighters. It won't be long before you can pick winners in your sleep.
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try? If we have enough coupons, we could probably bet at random until...
Bet at random, huh? Well, how should I put it? It's not like you...
Huh? We shouldn't get too carried away. What's the problem?
What? I never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? You're not just strong fighters. Seems you're pretty perceptive, too. Might as well tell you about it, since you already know that much. Plus, besides, I don't want to risk ever losing a customer.
Is it that serious?
Okay. The hidden rule here is, if you buy both boxers' tickets and support them both, something bad will happen the next morning.
So the rule is that we shouldn't pick both boxers in the same fight. But if anyone actually did that, wouldn't they be guaranteed to? And what do you mean by something?
How would I know? Not like but I've heard a story about the rule. According to the rumor, there was a masked boxer who possessed incredible skill and power. None of his opponents. However, in the final match, the organizers told him to take off his mask. And after that, he was never seen again. Some say he died, or that he was taken care of by the event's organizers. But everyone remembers that he was, in his eyes, supporting both boxers in a match would dishonor the competition.
So you mean it's like a curse? He'll take vengeance on anyone who does that?
No, he was always wearing a mask, like he was intentionally trying to hide his identity.
Traveler, do you think that boxer was... Huh?
You're not serious. Look, here I was just trying to be nice and warn you, yet here...
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon. Seems you've made up your mind.
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons. If you have enough, then go ahead and give it a try. Just don't come running back to me if something happens.
Aw, looks like we won't get a chance to sleep in as long as we're here. The dawn of a new day. Paimon feels like we're getting used to life as convicts. What do you have? after working here so long, but doing this... Yeah, it's good to kick back and relax. What is this garbage? Ooh, it looks disgusting! What would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing child, he must have been there all the...
Are you two here to buy tickets? Better be quick about it.
Who are the boxers in the next round?
We have the reigning champ, Le Grappler, versus a contender from the Eastern Prison Block, Demon Horde.
Are those their nicknames, or did they choose those names themselves?
Since you're new around here, I'll help you out and give you a little suggestion. Even though Le Grappler is the crowd favorite. Anyway, for this match, I recommend that... Huh? For both fighters? I can tell you're new to this, but maybe you don't quite understand the rules, no? Let me try to explain again for you.
Oh, no need.
Alright then, if you're absolutely sure. Remember...
Yeah, we got it! Just shut up and take our coupons! We woke up so early today that Paimon's been nodding off all afternoon.
Hey, traveler. Paimon. Package here for you. The next time you buy something, go pick it up yourself. I'm not a delivery man, you know.
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, traveler? Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you go take a look? Oh, right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this package is the bad thing. Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Just call... Hey, wait! Paimon's still here! Don't open it! Huh? Let Paimon... Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so wrong. Almost like... Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say. Ugh! No way! Get that stuff away from Paimon! Paimon thinks we shouldn't open the bottle until we figured out what's going on. What do you have planned for us? Though it feels nice to slack off a little, less work means less coupons. Let's make the...
If there's no way to send it all out, maybe I'll never get a chance.
Who are you? We've never seen...
I'm not! Of course I'm not. Please, don't mistake me for a
Then what are you doing here?
I'm a promoter for Fontico, and I'm usually...
Oh, a promoter from Fontico?
I'm so upset. It's all because after discussing the company's promotional plans with him, he told me outright. However, in light of our law, let me take a moment and recall his exact words.
I'm just gonna stop you there and say no. If anything, it seems you don't fully understand. But as for the latter...
Anyway, that's how he...
well...
Fine, fine.
Hey, I heard you crazy fools really did it. You bought tickets to support.
Well, the next day we received a mysterious package, but...
So it is real. You didn't become cursed or anything like that, did you? Are you both still okay? Wait.
Paimon's not sure. What do you think, Traveler? Is Paimon's... Oh, okay.
Yeah, you two don't seem to have changed at all. Still, I didn't expect you would actually do it. You'd actually throw away coupons like that just to satisfy your curiosity.
Even if we bought tickets like everybody else, it's not like we could hope to earn any coupons. When it comes to things like this, it's always the organizer who makes the real profits.
Hey, just what are you trying to imply? The Pancration Ring is an honest business, and we really don't make much from selling tickets. We make so little that even the current tournaments can only be held thanks to funding from the producer of Fanta.
Oh, so it's the company that manufactures Fanta sponsoring the events? I thought all of...
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. They reached out to us first. Anyway, you try...
Hey, what are these papers scattered all over the... maybe not. Every page has the Fontaco symbol on it. Maybe it's some flyers from the... okay. But if someone catches us, they could accuse us of... Oh, you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, development of the new product, we have no choice but to let the new product... We have decided to only... Sure doesn't seem like anything unusual. Let's put these papers back where we found them and make it look like nobody went... We ended up here without even thinking about it. Alright, but remember that we bought this time with coupons, so let's make better use of it next time. What is this garbage? Ooh, it looks disgusting. What would you like to do this afternoon? After working here so long, we're really but doing the same thing all the time can get Yeah, that's good. A mysterious box? a bottle of crimson. Do you have any ideas, Traveler? Really? Well... Okay, so we've investigated 2 of the hidden rules. We'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll never get... Yeah, let's skip work for now and put up... Hey, isn't that Vidoc over there?
Ah. Seeing you at this time must mean you've already saved up a lot of credit coupons. Or at least enough to skip work. Impressed?
So, now can you tell us about the...
If that's what you want to...
Huh? What are you...
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to work in the production zone. I wouldn't want them listening in without...
We get it, just tell...
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever, ever go near them at night. Even if you man...
Something even more terrible.
A group of cannibals.
Cannibals? In the
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has it they might be connected to the people that have... But what's even scarier, since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains, they have...
Paimon might already know what you mean by other forms. So that's what's going on here.
You two look pretty skeptical. No matter. I've got things to do too.
Das war ja nur eine Information.
Can we just trust him on this one? Oh, Paimon doesn't want her blood and flesh entombed here for all eternity? Oh, so that's how you see the situation. Huh. You know, Paimon does feel a little... Oh, when will all this take... Vidoc isn't here. But the guys who...
Just stay
What? What are you saying?
What are you talking about? Listen, you should...
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about acting weirdly, do you think they might just be... Oh, this is all getting way too creepy for Paimon. So you mean we still need to investigate some... Fielding?
What do you want? Criminals like you ought to...
We just want to ask you a simple question. Have you ever discovered anything odd during your nighttime patrol?
Why are you asking about something like that? Whatever happens at night isn't your concern. All you...
Well... Right! We've heard it happens a few times every month.
Really? I see. But it's not like I'm on duty. And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before. They say that strange things tend to happen at night on pipe cleaning days.
So, what happens at night on pipe cleaning days?
And they just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facilities. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month, and it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to confirm the sounds tonight if you want, and if they're real, then I can report the issue to my superiors for you.
Oh, okay. Then we'll...
Now, if that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything funny, though. Even if I'm not on duty.
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned? Right, both are a possibility, but fielding... I knew you would say that. Alright, sounds like we'll be up all night I'm so tired. But we can't sleep yet. They'll be cleaning the pipes tonight, so it's the perfect... What? Huh? Traveler? Did you fall asleep already? Traveler, come on, wake up! Oh, it looked like you were just peacefully sleeping to Paimon. Well, what did you... Really? So we're finally starting to figure out what actually happened! But what about the... Okay, well, it's about time for us to get moving. Just be careful to avoid the patrolling guards. This should be the place.
What? I know you.
You've got guts showing up here. You know...
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming here to save you.
What'd you say? Yeah, so what if they were? If you push a...
Hey, what's the point of all those rumors that...
I don't have to tell you anything. If you turn around, go back to the dormitories, and act like you never saw anything, then I'll pretend that you never showed...
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you say?
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he left?
Hey, do you know our boss? Oh, We had no idea our boss was such a big deal. He always kept his identity a secret. So, did he have you come here to find us?
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no problem fitting in.
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left that night. So, unless he Oh.
Wow, those dreams of yours sure come in handy.
We gave him the business for a while, and would always give him a hard time when he first came to the fortress of Maripede. But here in the fortress, the strong will always earn respect. He was working the longest hours and racking up wins in the Pancration Ring. You could always see how amazing he was, even when he was teaching us a lesson. So eventually, we all
But one day, he suddenly told us that he had to find a way to escape this place, no matter the cost. He said it was and as his crew, if the boss wants something, and it's up. So, we got to work, and used the hidden rules that were here to make up and spread the rumor about the We just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night after the pipes had been cleaned.
Oh, thanks to your rumor, nobody would want to come anywhere near here, prisoner or guard. Wow, it sure is easy to exploit people's fear of the unknown. But hasn't Child already escaped? Why are you all still coming here after pipe cleaning day?
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went into isn't actually an exit. It should be a dead end. It leads to an abandoned factory area, and even if there were a way to escape from there into the sea, we're still way too deep. No one could ever reach the surface alive. But Boss still insisted on going in. It's like he was obsessed, so we told him that we'd pretend as if he never existed while he was gone. And that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a pipe cleaning day. That way, we could meet him here and help cover the whole thing up.
So you come and wait here through the night a few times a month just because of that promise?
Yeah, but it's been so long now. We already know in our hearts that he must have managed to escape somehow.
Is it also possible that something...
Nothing could ever defeat Boss or slow him down. It's one thing we know for sure.
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming possibilities.
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
The way up from here has been sealed off. It's impossible to get through. Boss left by going down from here. It wasn't full of water at the time. Later, we came back hoping to have a look. That's when we found out it had been completely flooded. It's impossible to navigate unless...
Do you think Child got trapped by the water?
Not likely. We all know that Boss was an incredible swimmer.
Really? Then have him come investigate. Pronto! Just be sure to tell us if you get any news about Boss.
It's getting late. We should leave before the guard...
Yeah, we learned a lot about what happened. We finally learned some key information. See, when you said you knew a diver, you were talking about Fremine, right? Ugh. Fortunately, though, now that we can... It's morning already. Oh, Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there. It's one of Linny's cards. Let Paimon see what's written on it. Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. Everyone has the day off today. It's been a while since we last talked. Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the day. From the sound of it, Lenny's been making progress with his investigation. We still have some time before we meet up. Let's talk with the people here for a bit more before we go.
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of aristocrats.
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm no dog.
Oh, you think you're special or something? If you're here, then you're just a convict like the rest of us. I've heard that even if you're released after serving your sentence, going...
I don't buy...
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from...
What kind of filthy bilgewater are you spewing? I have family up... Listen, things ain't so great on the surface, but who says that you have to leave? I've heard that you can still stay here and work even after you've served your sentence. Not bad if you ask me. Who wants to live in the ruddy overworld anyway?
And what makes you think they'd want to hire someone like you? That's one of the great...
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the over... Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. Is it only something the inmates down here say? That's true. There's a group of people over there.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you two?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like...
What's the matter? They're just looking to join in on our fun.
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Fine.
You hear that, Quisto? What now?
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right? But before that, it just so happens that I...
Really? Are we that famous?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it. Word has it that you also...
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it. You see, people with a good attitude...
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry. We're not playing with bombs or anything. It's just that our information is always...
So, you two really like to gossip?
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, knowing who's working with whom, who has the latest rumors, who's not getting along. Wouldn't you like to know all that? Whoa, all this info's worth something, you know? You...
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just play nice and say something to massage his ego. The welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
Right. That meal we had yesterday was super delicious. Paimon can still taste it whenever she...
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those welfare meals. I've been working as a kitchen assistant for about a month and a half now.
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious steaks. Amazing. You could be a
You are correct. I am a true professional. In fact, I even went to culinary. Since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen carefully. This little... Listen, kids. The power structure within the fortress is quite complicated. The overworlders couldn't care less about us down here. We're basically dogs. You've already met the one person here you should never cross, the Duke, Risley. He knows more than you think. And if he doesn't care about something, then he often doesn't bother dealing with it.
Those who have the Duke's attention get all kinds of special perks.
I know who you mean. It's that Jurier character, right? I don't think there's anything useful about him at all. Why does he visit the infirmary practically every day? Is it normal for anyone to be going in and out of there?
But did you know that Jurier was a talented researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute?
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Once you're in the Fortress of Meripede, you're just another inmate like everybody else.
Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by the corridor with Lorvine. I also heard they started arguing in the lab.
You mean he hit a woman? Wow, I never imagined.
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and she also got sent to the infirmary.
Wait a second. You don't think...
Do you think could it be that they're secretly meeting there to go on dates?
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Julia to a pulp that one time. And we...
Hey, you over there. Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow Invocation aficionados? All right. No pressure.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a place like this? Don't people...
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing... There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even outsiders from other nations play cards. So I came... Sure.
Great! Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex your seniority a little bit, right? Maybe you could start by...
I thought you would have already heard everything by now. All right, then. Did you have anything specific in mind?
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know if we've heard it already.
All right. Have you heard any strange rumors since you've arrived? Then, did you know that there are... Yeah, so you've already met those two. I heard that they used to be a... Let me think. Sounds like you want... Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a...
Huh?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate. To go from an ordinary inmate to be a forbidden zone?
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if...
Anything else? Not that I can think of. But I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting I hear next time. You'll have to play a game.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to the card he left us, we should go meet him in the production zone.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boatload of information.
Oh, as expected of the legend. Huh. I'd have never guessed that myself. The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable. He is a harbinger after all. I suppose. Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons. His agenda might be linked.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional diving skills.
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine would be up to the—
Bingo!
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later. It's the least I can do. We're all in this together, so honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to collect all this information.
Collecting information has always been a—
Now, let me think. To find out more information, Fremine will have to retrace, and if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now.
You can even estimate—
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other's capability. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick— Oh, and there's just one last thing we'd like— Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremine's report on Master Child's whereabouts. Fremine's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting intel from the other areas, and—
What do you want us to do?
Well, I won't call it— Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to— You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people. Investigate the internals, but also, there's no need to take risks. Don't. Oh, my apologies. I just started rambling out of habit. It was—
But that's not a bad thing, right? All right, then we'll have—
Let's go our separate ways for now, then. Don't forget.
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will— There seem to be several people—
It's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here. Someone, please help! He's sick.
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before— The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Paimon doesn't know it— Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion? Could it be— Let me take a look. Please, lie down over here. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, Traveler! Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. That's our worst fear out of the— Eh? Oh, that's good. I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Please, relax and take— Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. And here? Huh? But based on my initial check— What about here? Oh, I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's That's all. Nothing too serious. Outside of a pretty bad... So that's what it is. And there have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. I'll inform our head chef. Congratulations! The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after this new patient.
Very well.
And she hopped away, just...
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
His stomach ache's really bad. He was stumbling about the whole way here, so Paimon's really worried.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best medic we've got down here.
But it also looks like she's the only
Well, that's true.
What do you mean, that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't speak for the whole fortress, but it's not like everyone imprisoned here is useless, you know? Though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine, and they help Miss Sijuin take care of the sick and injured.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did all your energy come from?
That's correct. Sorry, I got a bit ahead of myself.
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines Miss Sijuin prescribes for us. That's just... You could say she fancies herself as Miss Sijuin's capable helper because she learned a bit of medical knowledge ages ago.
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have frequent heart palp-
Hey, don't start arguing now! Please, keep it civil at least! So there's no need to argue over silly things like...
But... Release. It's way too early for us to even think about that. And who the heck knows if we'd even be able...
Please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation. Oh, and Mr. Jurier, I don't want to see your face here again anytime soon.
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy place.
He just slowly walked off? Like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's... Well, his name is Jurier, but I hope you'll never have cause to remember his name.
You really can't stand him, huh?
I mean, can you blame me? Look, who would like someone who's as arrogant and obsessed with weird research topics as he is? I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Sijuin should be back soon, and I'm sure you'll feel better as soon as you've had some of her medicine. No.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Sijuin.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be 2 days' worth of medicine. Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color of... Yellow, huh? understand.
Alright, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon too.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler. Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler rest? Paimon... So his primary symptoms are abdominal pain with secondary symptoms of nausea. Alright then. Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds? No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please, make sure to stick to bland or less stimulating foods, and don't Got it! Paimon will... Oh, you're going to take a nap already? We've been to lots of places together. He may look a bit under the weather now, but he's actually super strong. So you're the best of companions. Well, don't worry. Ah, you're awake. How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left. Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take the meds regular. Thank you, Miss Sijuin. Are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time? No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish, and... Paimon talked with Sijuin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice anything unusual in the room. Are you... Whoa! You really are super thorough! All those tiny little Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Vinny!
Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule.
That's good. That means you didn't raid. We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago.
Wait, why is she getting...
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is... Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's...
Perhaps that's true. You're both very good people. You've mentioned before that you've had...
Well, everyone could use some more friends. We'll be counting on you to help us in the future, too.
Mm-hmm. Since I see you as glad to hear it. Then, let's go check on Lynette.
Is now really a good time to go?
According to my observations. See, also, I'm her brother.
Okay, then let's head over.
Lynette should be here right now. Huh. Strange.
As expected, Sijwin isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. We agreed that if she were to make changes on the fly, she'd find a way to let me know. Unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around here. We can look while we wait for her.
Okay.
There are some books here and a few Advanced nursing, how to raise the spirit of your... These sure are some interesting books. Who knew? She even has books on...
Seems quite... None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in. Except that one over there.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right? You said she was pretending to be sick.
Mm-hmm. She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad flare-up. Generally speaking, the head nurse would then ask her to lie down and rest, which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette laid down up until she left the bed, or the nurse intentionally left it this... Wait, this thing? It doesn't look like it's been The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken apart. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? But if that's the case, she would have contacted me for sure. Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't panic.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of...
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass...
This is...
Is that all? The back.
Show me. No.
That look on your face. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No. Could she have...
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded?
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But why? We didn't run into any trouble last time, and he also never...
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, he doesn't do anything without a clear goal. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Don't panic. Just think everything over. I have to stay calm. This is not... Wait, you're right. Wait, the fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds... Could Wriothesley have let him go as well?
What does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure of it. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and if Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible spot now as well.
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down. Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child. That was our fault.
No, I I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I'll go talk to Risley.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please, talk.
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again. I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back!
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Right. I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably... Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa! Are you okay?
What a delightful turn of events. Oh my! What's wrong, little... Being able to read human expressions is quite... Wait! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him. He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Risley's office.
Come out and face me, Risley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least try to follow even...
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my sibling?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would... Maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn...
Is he trying to trick me into turning my... You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start. As for Fremine...
There was no need to do so. The Fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and...
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not. What's...
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the Fortress's finest tea. Although, as per your original plan, Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now. But he has neither shown up within my gates, nor has he been taken into...
Wait, you can't mean you locked him out?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world. That...
Fremine's a star diver, so he should be fine.
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't assume he might have made a break for the surface.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney... Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede, regardless of whether it...
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before we...
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an audience?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening. I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family. I don't see why she would refuse.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no-man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a Harbinger like Father to come here in person.
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me, I won't allow you to use us to blackmail her.
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face conversation. Does she truly have no interest in the fortress's secret? Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to
Linney!
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see things from my perspective for a second? I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there, I'd have... Mr. Fremenet left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me.
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything.
6.
Wait,
2. Time's up.
Rise!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for my afternoon tea.
Yeah, listen to the Traveler. If you can't talk to Linney, can you at least talk to us?
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay out of your way. But that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of law. Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by now, so why don't you tell me a thing or two about what you found? I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for...
The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took... Fanta's internal reports suggest... We often see Miss Sijouin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. We often see Miss Sijouin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. It seems like she can perceive the general state of a person's health just by looking at them. Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But the product has to undergo a trial because even Fanta's own employees have a lot of reservations about it. The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. As a result, according to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. Fanta's internal reports suggest... The research notes said that the Melusine race Fanta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. We often see Miss Sijouin observing the prisoners at work near... The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. We often see Miss Siegewien. Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an... We often see Miss Siegewien. We often see Miss Siegewien We often see Miss Siegewien observing the prisoners at work near the productions. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who don't We often see Miss Siegewien. Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial. The research notes said that According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the The Fanta promoter has been... Fanta's internal report suggests that The research notes said that the Melazine race perceives the world very... The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real... We often see Miss Siegewien observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because... We often see Miss Siegewien. The Fanta promoter has... The Fanta promoter has been struggling. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour. The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't We often see Miss Siegewien observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. I've been told that the infirmary is all... We often see Miss Siegewien We often see Miss Siegewien observing the prisoners. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament... We often see Miss Siegewien... The Fanta promoter has been... I've been told that the infirmary is always...
So that's what's going on. I'm on the hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work 3 days in a row, and at first we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has worn themselves out. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Siegewien visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Siegewien has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find. Unfortunately, Melazines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and the recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Siegewin's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. Alright, now there are also some hidden rules in the Pancration ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both sides.
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before... Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. We often see Miss Sijuin observe... The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only... The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment as... The Fanta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupon. Fanta's internal report suggests that they're starting a new trial. We often see Miss Sijuin observe... The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. We often see Miss Sijuin... The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives... We often see Miss Sijuin... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. According to Collins, the research notes said that the Melusine race... We often see Miss Siege... Fanta's internal report suggests that the...
Paimon gets this rule too now! So there really was no... That hidden rule of the Pancration ring is about how, people are not supposed to bet on both boxes. People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new Fanta trial product. A blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fanta's own staff, the company facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to They came to the fortress of Meropide and offered to... The Duke, knowing how valuable coupons are in the fortress, knew that only total idiots who didn't understand their true value would bother buying a Fanta. And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposed...
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth. Although, based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my collaboration with the company.
Alright, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing Lynette and... You'll pay for this!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one.
It was nothing. You're... Sijuin? Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually...
Sijuin...
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus, when Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of... But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us? But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. Everything I did. His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace?
My dear Sijuin, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to...
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace. What are you talking about?
Take me if you want. But let them...
how touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving any time now. I'll go get a cup of tea. Miss Sijuin, I leave Miss Lynette in your...
You...
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clarande.
Renee...
What's going on? What is Clarande doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like the...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater. Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup.
I'll talk to Clorand while you get Fremine to where he needs to be. Everything else can wait.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made...
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sigewinne may have been forced to shoot Mr. Linney again. How's the situation?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time...
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work, though.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the...
It's a bad sign if you're having to plead. Want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say...
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Might as well then, I suppose. Actually, do you have a towel? I would like to dry my hair.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. But let's leave him here for now, and move him to the infirmary once he's recovered. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment. We do only have a single...
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress?
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator.
Where is she?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now. Linny, are you okay?
I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's...
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Oh. Fremine?
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift him up.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this...
On it. Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to come with us? The Duke and Clorand are gone. They probably went to get some tea. The Duke will explain the truth in just a bit. Miss Clorand will need a break, since she only just...
He's awake. Fremine.
Lynette.
We're all here.
The infirmary at the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Fremen. How do you feel? Don't push yourself if
Traveler. The sea. There's something wrong with the sea.
Shh, it's okay. We can talk.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it. Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Where could Master Child be? This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it.
Scheiße.
This is where the water starts. Master Child probably dived into the water. The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. Oh, there are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What? My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What? No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. This... I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished.
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I...
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Miss Clarande, you say?
You're still too weak for Monet. You can go after you've had...
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
A guest?
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me. Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come?
No, please go on without me.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out.
Thank you.
So, Moment. Wie spät ist es? Ich glaube, an der Stelle mache ich Schluss. Und wir machen dann morgen weiter. Ich bedanke mich fürs Zusehen. Und ja, ihr wisst ja, falls es euch gefallen hat, lasst ein Like da, lasst ein Abo da. Und morgen geht's dann weiter.